All right, let's see. Good morning, everybody. Let's get some things switched over. How's everybody on this? It's almost 4th of July. It's a bit of a late start for me this morning, a few minutes late. I was struggling this morning to, not really to wake up, but just to get moving. I ended up just laying in bed for a little bit thinking, I could just sleep in for another couple of hours. It'd be all right. I mean, the reality of it is I couldn't sleep another couple hours. I'd probably sleep maybe an hour, maybe. But that does make me think that I think my streams for the rest of the week are going to start a little bit later. I'm not going to try to get this 5 o'clock start. Especially on Friday, because it'll be the day after the 4th of July. So I'm going to go about changing my schedule up a little bit this week. We'll switch over, and then once I get this finished up, then I'm going to be working on something new today. I haven't had enough time to really spend, and I haven't spent any time reading up on Nginx yet. But what I wanted to do was spend some time on a new project I'll be working on. Is something new for me, and it's a web API. The web API isn't the new part, but I want to use OAuth authentication or some kind of bearer tokens to secure the API, or grant authorization to the API, I guess is the right term, not secure it. And so I'm hoping that I can get that figured out today. I'm going to try to create a couple of sample APIs that I can kind of just play around with, because I need to do that for a work project. And so, yeah, that's my plan so far. Is I'm gonna try to put together a couple of those, try to get that like squared away in my head, maybe take some notes so I have it. And if I get done with that, then I'll switch back and I'll try to get to maybe reading up on some Nginx documentation and figure out why my automation app isn't running quite right. I guess my streams are already set to start at 6. Well, isn't that great? Friday is going to bump up to 7, however, because I'm sure I will sleep in late. Saturday and Sunday starting at 6, that is perfectly okay. Okay. Let's see. I lost my things. Okay, yeah, so we're also gonna, not really working on a specific thing, so I'm gonna have my to-do list too. So yeah, I'm working on, so for a work project, we're working on this, I'm not really doing much of the work. I'm more a project manager on this project, I guess. Sorry, I'm a little phlegmy, so I gotta keep drinking to get it moving. We have this system that we use. It's actually used by all of the nuclear facilities that I work that in the country, almost all of them. And we use it to send data back and forth for everybody. And they're upgrading it, and the upgrade is being done by a company, and they have developed a new web API. So the web API is significantly better than what we had before. It was FTP and text files around to move data, and what we're working on is we're trying to implement using their API, which is working well. The problem that we found is, so the old system, it was one text file that had all the data we needed. You send it and it worked. The new system, it's a web API call, and they are changing it. So instead of passing the data around, we're passing a lot of database IDs that are unique to this new system. And we've been doing some testing, and we found that, like, for instance, one request that we were going to post or put, I guess it's either one, because it could be either one. It in order to send the data, we have to get all the right values back out of it from lookup APIs, and it's going to be like, I want to say it was 5 requests to get data before we can push data. And of course that's a lot. So for every single request, it's 5 requests. And since everybody in the industry is using it and everybody does it in the same way we do a lot of some during the day, just continuous processing. And then we do like batch processing every night. The discussion kind of came up that, you know, yeah, we give you the ability to look up all those, all these database IDs, but we don't want you to do it every time you submit a change. We want you to cache them locally somewhere. So, so that's like all these database IDs, all these lookup fields, you know, for like people IDs, and also part of it is the system keys off of social security numbers. So we don't want to be sending social security numbers down the wire. As much as possible. Sometimes we're gonna have to. There's no way to avoid it if we're creating a new record for a person, but we don't want to do that on every single request. So they want us to cache it. Well, the system that we use to do the integration doesn't have the ability to like have temp tables or cache it. It's an SAP cloud environment, and our stance is we're not gonna customize it. We're gonna just use it. So now, as part of that team, I'm going to develop the caching interface, which is going to be a simple database of some lookup tables. It's going to be pretty much all key value fields. I think it's going to be a database ID and whatever we need to use to look it up, whether it's their employee ID, their social security number, whatever it needs to be. And so then they're going to hit my service, which is going to be limited to just our facility, our calls, and is going to have more than enough bandwidth to handle that lookup traffic, and then I'll give them the keys and they're gonna do it. So it's kind of like a, I guess if you were looking at it, well, here, let's just oh, I don't have paint. I can't just do that. Paint. So oh, I hate white. So here's the, why aren't you changing? Excuse me. So here's the endpoint. This is the main API. Oh, I love how well I can draw. And here is our integration server. And they want to talk here. But we don't want to make 15 calls for every single request or whatever the obnoxious thing is. So here I'm going to build a little API, and this is me. And then he's going to call here first before he calls here. So this is what I'm focused on. I'm going to have just a very simple application, but since it has some PII and personal data, I have to secure it. It'll be on secure sockets. That won't be a problem because we'll have HTTPS enabled on the production environments at work. My testing obviously isn't going to have that. But I'm mostly focusing on the authorization using some OAuth provider. Now, I'm going to just pick one just to kind of get my feet wet. I think I'm going to probably just pick Auth0. That's the one the company that we're working with uses, and that's what's been, I've seen other people use it. It's been recommended to me in the past, so that's kind of where I'm going to go. Brains. Why can't I just clear this whole thing? Weird. Anyway, so that's what I'm going to try to do, and I'm going to try to do it in .NET because that's my work and development environment. And so in production, I don't know what OAuth provider I will use. I don't know what my options are going to be. I could probably just literally pick anything and it'll work, and nobody will care. But you know that may not necessarily be true. But for the purpose of what I'm doing today and learning, it's not going to really matter much. I was kind of looking at what my different options are because I know, well, I don't know that. Never mind. I was like, I know that they're going to want something to be internal, but that's not necessarily the case. What they'd like to have is a Microsoft provided service, which might actually be worth looking at. OAuth to the Microsoft Identity Platform and authorization code flow. Because this would probably be what they would want me, that my company would want me to use, because we are a Microsoft partner, and we have all of these things, I believe. No, I don't. Has been certified. So the Microsoft Identity Platform. So this would be Microsoft Identity.web. So yeah, it'll probably be one of these if I were to venture a guess. Okay, register the application, record and record identifiers. Entra, Microsoft Entra. Well, I don't want to just log in. Ugh. It's Microsoft Entra. Is that the thing I'm going to use? Entra. Secure identities and access, formerly Azure Active Directory. This actually might be the thing. The problem is going to be getting me access to it. What's the pricing? Okay, so we have all of that. But I don't know. Oh, here we go. End user self-service administrative multi-factor authentication and conditional access. Nope. Identity protection? It's not even really that. It's application single sign-on and application access. Cloud authentication, federated access, single sign-on. Software as a service, group assignments, cloud app discovery. Yeah, that'll be its own thing. So we're gonna start with, I think we're gonna do auth 0. Get started. Is that where I just am? Yeah, that's where I am, I think. Oh, I love how it doesn't load. Okay, so we're gonna use this. I'm going to start by specking out at least. We'll make it an API I can actually maybe implement once I've built it. I don't like writing code that just gets thrown away. So I'm going to write an API that I'll use to track and store all of the games that I own, like a games database. And I'm going to do that because I would like to track all the games that I own. And I would also like to have some additional data on it, like I should say it's going to be both, not just video games, but like video games and board games, that kind of stuff, because we have a lot of board games in my house. And I'm going to use it as a way to track them and track custom things, like if we've modified the rules or, excuse me, done something custom, I guess, to them. And I'm going to write it in such a way that it's like the APIs that I'm using for work, to make it a little more complicated, because I think that would be useful. So we're going to start with a game. And a game is going to have an ID, a name, a date acquired, or added. We'll say date added. Date acquired. I'm gonna put price if I know it. Like this. Oh, I spelled acquired wrong. There we go. I'm gonna have a tag, I think, as a favorite. And I'm gonna have a tag. Oh no, I'm gonna have a separate tags table. I want to tag them. I want to have tags. So just something different. ID name. Oh, a type. Type ID. That's good enough for now. So we'll have game types. It's gonna be a name, an ID, and then we have tags. I'll have an ID and a tag name. If it's, I'm thinking I'm gonna expand it to video games. I'm gonna say finished, because I have a lot of games that I've started and never finished with the intent of going back someday. So yeah. And then I'm going to add a couple other things to this. This is going to start with, what was I gonna add? I just had it. I'm like, oh, that could be cut. That could be a fun thing. Oh, I'm gonna have an, that's just an endpoint. That's not even gonna be a database. This is all the database stuff. Man, I had something. I don't remember what it was now. Oh, I'm gonna have genre ID, and then I'll have genres. Again, just more endpoints to have is really what it comes down to. It's gonna have an ID and a name. And this is gonna be in the same order. My OCD won't allow it. Let's see. So I've got genre, and we'll do this because it'll be. Oh, no, don't save. Don't want to save it. That'll be a good starting point. Nothing crazy, and I do want to have to go in and modify it. That's also a key thing. Is I need to make it so that it's modifiable and extendable. That's the word I was looking for. It's extendable. I like how that's working. That's fantastic. Okay, so let's start. Let's open up Visual Studio. I've got junk in my eye. So we're going to create a new project. And this is going to be an ASP.NET Core Web API. Let's see. We're going to put it. Yeah, we'll put it in learning. We'll call it learning, and then REST API. And here it's going to be called Games API. Games API. Yep, want to do that. That's fine. Next. Yep. Enable Open API support. Yep. I want to use controllers. Do not use top level. And yeah, I much prefer having the program, but that's because I'm an old school programmer. What is the Microsoft identity? That's what I was looking at, right? That's what this was, right? The Microsoft Identity Platform. I don't know. I want to look this up. Microsoft Identity Platform authentication. What did I say? Oh, new net. No, that's where I was. Okay, I've never done this before. Okay. No authentication, individual user accounts, identity platform. This will create an application that uses Azure Active Directory for authentication. It is suitable for applications that require corporate authentication. So that would be the choice if I were doing for work, I think. Okay, so I think for this one, I will pick none, and I'll have to add it. So we'll create. And I want to say... Oh. This is what I was kind of looking at a little bit. Yeah, C# corner. So I create a new, and it says that one had the option to create it with JWT authentication. As above, command will create a web API. Let's try that. Can I do that? .NET new. Oh wait, no. Log out. So I say .NET new web API. And then -n. What is -n? Oh, I don't have that as an option. Oh, N is just name. So he just creates a blank one. So use authentication, generate web tokens. I've created a login controller and login method for this controller. Oh, so this is a little different. Oh, hey, it started working. Excuse me. So authorization for web core API. So this is getting a branch. You will be provided with a CRUD web API to manage a glossary of terms. Then .NET Run. Register the web API with Auth. To start using your API with Auth, you need an Auth account. If you haven't got one, you can sign up for a free one. Now you can register your web API through the dashboard. All right, so that's what I need to do first. Let's sign up. Let's sign up using little privacy things. Mostly because I don't know what's going to bring up. We'll do this. No, I don't want this. Go away. I want that password to be a lot longer than that. Oh. Let's see. Nope, I didn't get that password, that's for sure. Ugh, okay. Continue. Not now. Yes, let's add that password. Other brother. Okay, I think we're good now. I am a few small steps for you, one massive. Tell us about you so we can recommend you. I am a new OAuth user. Oh, I don't want to do that right now. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Just know web runs on the server. Other machine to machine, CLIs, daemons, services running in the back end. ASP.NET Core. Do I select multiple? Nope. Next. I don't want any social connections if I can help it. Check to enable the user ID and password to log in. Colors. Yeah, I don't want to do this. Let's go. Let's just go to manage. Okay, so it says Move to the API section of the dashboard and follow API section. Create an API. All right, we're gonna call this one Games API. The unique identifier for the API, this value will be used as the audience parameter. Authorize your token. This identifier cannot be changed later. Okay, so we'll just say it's HTTP. We'll put it on my web servers, parish IIS01. Oh yeah. Yep, 256. Great. As your API will be parsed in JWT formatted access tokens, you will need to set up these in your things. Navigate to. Remember to pick your library support. All right, let's go back here. Next steps will make your OAuth aware of your web API. Oh, this is kind of what I've done. Define permissions and manage authorizations. On the permissions tab, you can define what scope this API may accept. The response will have a bear. Okay. All right. I think this is right. All right. So back in my ASP.NET application, open app settings, JSON. JWTs are credentials. We can grant access to resources. Be careful where you paste them. Yeah, okay. Configure the library that will validate the access tokens in your API. Validating a token means you are certain you can trust its content. Okay. Okay. All right. I got it, I think. So I will start by, we'll start here. So we'll click create API. And I'm going to go to my settings. So now I've got app settings. And I'm going to have allowed hosts, and I'm going to add a new section here called auth 0. And it's going to be domain. And audience. So I think it's going to be this. It's going to be this, I think. Okay, in order to interact with auth 0 authorization, I'm going to have to do some things. All right. So we're going to say .NET add package Microsoft.ASP.NET Core authentication JWT bearer. All right, so now we go to program, and now I have to come up here and say using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core authentication.jwt bearer. So now I need to go to, I don't have, oh, what is this ungainly thing? I don't even know what this is. That's a new file for me. Anyway, I need to add, so I've got add swaggergen, add implement explorer, add controller. My foot is hurting. So I'll put it here before add controllers, where it says add services to the container. Got it. Add services. This, we'll say options dot default authentication scheme is equal to JWT bearer. Options dot default challenge scheme is JWT bearer authentication dot add JWT bearer. And now it's options dot not audience authority is equal to HTTP. I think it's S because I can set it up that way. Oh, I don't have configuration, do I? I don't, do I? Ugh. Let's pull up. I want to pull up their example code. Bring it over here. Bring it over here and take a look at it. Oh yeah, because they have an I configuration. To get into that config file. And of course I do not have that, not at the moment. I think I screwed up my So what did I do here? Yeah, I'm just, okay, so I don't have configuration built into it. So to start with, I'm going to just copy it. Hard-coded. Simply because it's there. Options dot audience. This. We'll add it to my configuration file later. All right, let's go back to this tutorial here. So let's split these so I can actually do them both side by side. It's easier for me that way. So I've got authority. Now here they say options dot token validator parameters. Now tab in new Microsoft. Was it there? Microsoft identity to tokens validation parameters. I wonder which is more correct, because this one has a valid audience is equal to this. Not semicolon. Valid issuer is the domain, which is that one, yeah. And then validate lifetime is equal to true. And then I have app.use authentication. Now I can just say authorize, which will make them hide, or make them protected, sorry. No, it doesn't matter. So now let's what? I don't even know what this is. Like, this is weird. Okay. Close that then. Yeah, this is what I expect to see, I guess. I don't know what this is. That's a new thing for me. All right, let's start with what are the... let's just pick one of these twos. Yeah, so we'll add a controller. We will add a controller. We're just gonna say an empty controller. Call it tags. Is that the right thing I should have done? Should I have said add controller? Or would I add a new scaffolded item? MVC area. I should have said API controller, I think. That would have gotten all my boilerplate stuff, I think. Let's try it. Because I don't know, I'm not sure what the right way is anymore. I'm used to doing it all manually, typing everything out, adding all of the fluff in front of it, all the tags and stuff, and I'm trying to not do that all the time. Tags. Okay, that's all it does. So I mean, I could have done it, I guess, but let's see. What does iLogger do? Because I will probably need that. I just don't know. Well, we'll put it in here anyway. So we got public class, so we'll say private read only iLogger tags controller logger, and this one's gonna be underscore logger, and then public tags controller iLogger, and then we're gonna start off with an HTTP GET. Is that what this must be like for testing? Games API address, weather forecast. Well, I think maybe that's why it didn't work. Whoa, no, don't do that. I didn't want to click that. Is it get weather forecast? Is that why it didn't work? Oh, it must be some kind of test, obviously. No, don't save. It's going to be public enumerable, not I endpoint. I don't have a thing yet. Get. I don't have any classes yet, so let's create a folder. I'm gonna call it I shouldn't call it classes. It's kind of an ambiguous name. We'll call it objects. And then we'll add a class. We'll call it a tag. I want it to be capital ID. We'll wait on that. We'll say name. This one I can set to be string.empty. So I'm going to just simply return a new list of tags. That's it. Just return a straight up list. What am I doing? Oh, I was looking for that thing, because here's where I need to add the authorize. Yeah, the authorization. Under the controller, authorize. And then, yep, now I need to test it. I know it's not going to work. Make sure it actually runs, because I haven't actually done that yet. Try it out, execute. I got a 401. That's what I expected, because that's what the tutorial told me I was going to get. Okay, so we did that. So we're going to change the configuration. Before we go ahead, you need to achieve this goal. We need to provide your access token to the interactive web API documentation. Okay, so they say back on program. They do it right here. Unless an authorized button in the lock icon, you can configure Swagger to get more accurate UI. At this point, let's get the access token. And then paste it in. Okay, so at this point you can get access token. The simplest way is to access the API section of your dashboard and select the API that you created before. Select test tab. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do this. I want to put this into the Swagger stuff. So, Swagger gen. A new open API info. Title. Games API. Version is equal. Oops, version is equal to 1.0.0. No, I screwed that up somehow. No, it's gonna be like that. All right. Yeah. So now I say var security schema new open API security scheme. It is scheme, not schema. Anyway, description. Using the authorization header with the bearer scheme. And the name. In parameter location dot header type HTTP scheme is equal to bearer reference type reference type dot security scheme ID is equal to bearer c.add security definition add security requirement, a new open API security requirement, security schema, new bearer. got some ugly code. But I guess that it works. It's going to add that authorization button, right? Right, so now it says authorize. So I need to, in order to test it, I need to come here. And I'll say test. Okay, at this point, you can access the token. Simplest way is to visit the dashboard again, select the API that you created before, select the test tab. In this section, you can get a temporary token API by clicking the copy token icon. Oh, does it actually? Did it actually just? It shows the access token. Cool, I love it. I mean, I guess it's local, so it doesn't make any difference at this point, but. Okay, paste your token you copied in. Authorize. Yeah, it actually did work. Well, look at that. Cool. And so now when I come to my API documentation, I'd say C#. And then I would get that. Okay. Alrighty, I got it. Alright, that's pretty slick. And uh-oh, did I? No, it's just okay. Go. Alright, well, let's finish building up my API then. Let's hash it out and see what it's gonna look like. Let's create the rest of my objects, my entities here. Come over here like so. We're gonna say objects. Add a class. And this one is going to be called, we'll call it game. Public int ID. Public string name. Public date time. Date added. Date date fired. Public double float price. Boolean favorite. Int type ID. Public boolean finished. Public int pubic. All right. Add another one. Genre. And I've got tags. So now I just need game type. No, what? Ah. All right, so there's my objects. Ow, 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 ow. My foot is starting to hurt. I may have to take a pause to fix that up. So we're gonna have. Now I'm going to create a data access folder. No, I want to call it, I don't want to call it data access. Let's call it data. And then I will add what? Well, it's going to be a data access object. Or not a data access object. My brain. Oh, my brain. Oh, it is going to be a data context. That's what it's going to be. So it's a class. There we go. My brain's here now. Call it games data context. Let's see. I probably don't have any of the entity framework stuff added. No, so I do not have it. Hey, look at that. The most downloaded one is the one that I want. Oh. I may have to stop and go get something to eat because I'm starting to get a bit hungry. Okay, it's still loading. It's like it didn't install, did it? Because it didn't ask me for any kind of like accepting of anything. Uh-oh. My screen went blank. There we go. My left screen just flickered and went blank, but I think it was, I don't know. I don't know what happened. It just blanked. There we go. I accept. Oh, it's done now. Hooray. That's it. Why is my brain dumb? I gotta pull this up because my brain is completely just frozen. DB context, that's what I want. Oh, this is just DB context. Okay, maybe that's DB context. Okay, I thought it was something else. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's go. DB public DB set of game. Games get set. Not games, game. Why is it so sluggish? Like there we go. Game type. Yeah, it is really sluggish. Like everything is just slow to I don't know, to load up. I think I just said to genre because that's what I was typing. There it goes. Get set. I don't have like, I'm not like running out of processing anything. No, nothing. I mean, I'm using a lot of memory. I'm using a ton of memory. Holy cow, that's probably the problem. Why am I using so much memory? Why is Firefox using so much memory? Does that help use up less memory? A little bit. I mean, I have Google Chrome and I have a buttload of tabs open, but that is insane. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm using 90% of my memory, because that's a lot of memory. How much memory do I have on this thing? I have 32 gigs of RAM. That should be more than enough to do what I'm doing. Holy buckets. Now, having said that, I haven't rebooted my PC in quite a while. I could have, well, I would think it would show here. I mean, because, yeah, Google Chrome's still using almost 2 of that 32 gig, but holy cow. Weird, weird. Let's see. I've got game types, games, genres. I need to do tags. Public, DB set, tag, tags. Okay. Let's see if I can do this without looking it up. .NET EF is that add migrations or migrations add? Migrations add initial setup. It's building. It didn't fail. That sounds... Oh. That build failed. Does not exist in the namespace. But it does. Right? Right. I installed the project. One succeeded. Are you kidding me? Something's hokey. That's all there is to it. Okay, so .NET package Microsoft.entity framework core design. Okay, so to add package, not package add. No database provider has been configured for this DB con. Oh, yeah, no, I haven't done that. Yeah, you're right. I haven't configured a DB context or a provider. Oops. What did I do? Oh, there we go. Let's see. I need to probably. I need to. I think I need to manage NuGet packages here. I think I need to add it. I'm going to finish a thought. Finish a thought before we move on to the next one. Install. It's like I know there's more. Yeah, Entity Framework Core SQL Server. Oh no, I installed that. Okay, I did install it. I just didn't configure it. Okay, well let's configure it then. So I'm going to be adding, I'm going to steal, where's it at? I'm trying to steal my app settings. I don't have that. Yeah, I'll come right here. We're gonna call it Games API. I'll actually use that because when I'm developing it, I'm still going to use my Docker setup, and so I need to do it. Builder. I think I can just do it right here, right? So it'll be builder services dot add db context. In this case, it's going to be games data context. Oh, no. Options dot use SQL server, and I'm gonna have to add connection string, which I don't have yet. I know. Hear me out now. And then I'm gonna have to say, I can do it. We'll do it right here. Var connection string is going to be equal to builder.configuration.get connection string default connection. And then it's got to throw, what do I call it? What do I have here? I'll just say, we'll just copy this. Throw new invalid operation exception. Go. Now let's see if it works. Is it gonna work? Oh. Ah, I missed something then, didn't I? What did I miss? Well, I do want to add. There is a. Oh wait, no. Yeah, so I'd say use SQL Server. and then builder dot services dot add database developer page exception filter, which is its own thing here. No. Microsoft dot entity framework core. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I can't use that one then. So, well, the build's there. Why doesn't it build here? Why? No, so now I can't create, so. No database provider has been configured for this DB context. A provider can be configured by overriding. Oh, the on configuring stuff. I don't think I'd have that. I haven't overridden that. DB context options, there it is. I think I need to have that. Public games data context. DB context options. Did I say base options? Options. Maybe that's the ticket. And then I'm going to update my Entity Framework tools. So I'm tired of seeing that message. There it is. It works. All right. What do I need to do here? I think it's just a one-liner, but I don't know for certain. .NET tool update global. Yeah, that's all it is. .NET tool update global .NET EF. Hooray, it's updated. All right, so now I've got my database stuff. I think this is a good chance for me to take a small break because I need to go to the bathroom and I need to get something to eat. I'm hungry. So I will be back in just a few short minutes. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. All right, I'm back. I have had some breakfast, and I feel significantly. I can't say I feel better. I'm just not hungry. So I feel not hungry. That's how I am. I'm not hungry now. Ish. With my cheap breakfast burritos. Not homemade ones, unfortunately. I have not done that in a while. Should do that. That should be a thing. Maybe I'll do that this week. Make some homemade burritos. Excuse me, man. Let's see. Where am I at? I've got the API built, don't I? I need to actually try to turn it on, don't I? No, I got too many of these things running. Start closing some of these. That's what I want. I'm not running it detached, so hopefully. I got cheese on my face. Yep, I did. I think it's ready. Oh, I actually didn't want that one still. Database update. Well, there it is. Let's run it. Should just work, and it should. Yeah, it should just work. And it should all. Actually, it's not all using. Oh, I didn't create all the other controllers. I'm dumb. It doesn't do anything. All right, stop. MVC controllers with API controllers with actions using entity framework. I don't know what the difference is. We'll try them both. So I have tags. So we'll do genre. I might go take a nap after this. I'm tired. Be a good way to start my day. Get up for a couple hours, go back to sleep for an hour, come back up. I can do that. Oh man, this is taking a small eternity. Why is this taking so long? Uh-oh. Oh, that's my wife leaving for work. That was the door opening. 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 things left to do for my online class that I'm taking too. I've got to get all that done by the end of day Sunday. So I'm going to spend a fair amount of time doing that. Why is this taking so long? This is ridiculous. Let's close all these extra Chrome windows. Maybe that's where my memory usage is going. WSL is using almost 3 gigs of RAM. That could be Docker. I don't know. Maybe that's just the scaffolding thing. I don't know. Okay, this is a little ridiculous. Why is it not working right? Restoring NuGet packages. What is happening? I'm moving things on my other window tabs and it's not working right. There we go. Oh. Hey, it finished. It finally finished. Wow. Okay. Oh, why did it do that? Oh, yeah, that whatever I picked was the wrong choice. So we're gonna... I don't want that. I don't like that at all. I also don't know where it put that file, and I just closed it. How do I refresh? Nope, that's F5. Oh no, now there are build errors. Cool. I don't understand what I did wrong there. There. Model, genre, DB context, that one. Maybe this will work this time? And, you know, then again, maybe not. Well, that was a lot faster. That one feels more like the right thing to do then. Oops, 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 oops. There we go. All right. So game, yeah, so this is the more, this is more like what I expected. Authorize. All right, so now we'll say add a new scaffolded item, API controller with actions using entity framework. So now I've done genre and tags. Now I need to do game type. Yeah, this is a much better. This is a much better thing. I like this much more. Much more. All right, let's authorize this one. And now let's do it one more time. And this is going to be the game. All right. All right, this is much better. Authorize. Now let's build it. Make sure it builds. It built. Sweet. And now we'll run it. Is it gonna open up? Oh, I clicked it in like 3 pages. Oops. Okay, so now I've got all the APIs. I got game types, I got genres. I don't have tags, I have to update that one. But getting all the genres will give me an authorization error, right? 401, not authorized. Okay. So now I want to, I'm going to put this to the side here. I've got Postman open. And now I'm going to work through doing it in Postman. Okay, settings, permissions. So now the real question I have is, oh, I have users. An easy UI to help administrators manage their identities, including password resets, creating, provisioning, blocking, and deleting. Okay. Because I have this, which of course, you know, is already exposed to the world, so everyone can see it. So I have that URL. I need to figure out how I get my client ID. My client ID and my client secret. These must be test ones. Let's see. So we'll create a new one here. It's a post. Right, yep. And it's going to go to this URL because I'm going to be requesting my token. And then my body is going to be raw, JSON. Oh, my header should be content type, right? Content type, application JSON. There we go. And then my body, the raw JSON, is going to include client ID and client secret. Now what's the other one here? Audience and grant type. Audience and grant type. So this one, these are all defined, so it's client. And audiences. I didn't want to do that. Oh, I got like a cramp. Oh, ouch. So there's my client ID. And then my client secret. So I send that, I should get a response. Ooh, not found. All right, that's a post to that page. Oh, token. All right, so there's my access token. So now I can make a new request, which is going to be https://localhost 7217 API. We'll start with genres. And I put this in the header. This is authorization. And it's bearer and the key. And that returned okay because there's nothing there. So if I say I need to figure out, I think there's a way I can do it where I can put descriptions, and I need to learn how to do that. So if now I want to do a post, we're going to say body. In this case, it's going to be, actually, I think it's just, I just need to put the name, and we're going to call it genre 1. So it created it, and now if I make it a get, I'll get it back. Right. And we'll say post, and we'll say post genre 2. And change it back to a get, and I should get both of them. Okay, so that works pretty well. And now we're gonna make it a delete, which I think I just passed the ID. Say genre 2, delete genre 2. And then we'll delete genre 1. Nice. Okay, that works pretty slick. I mean, I didn't have a lot of concerns that the API was not gonna work. But you know, who knows? Like, it could be something dumb that I did. So, all right, so I have that. That's my custom one that I built. I need to figure out this client ID and client secret. I think let's go user management, users. I'm going to create a user. No. Define the permission scopes this API uses. List of permissions. Add authorization details. The API on our system ID. Lifetime auth 0. So there's the client ID. That's what I have here, right? Yeah, okay. Here's a list of your machine to machine applications. You can authorize these request access tokens for this API by executing a client credential exchange. Single page and native apps do not require further configuration. SPAs can configure the implicit grant. Access APIs, while native apps can do an authorization for the same purpose. Okay, so I have that one, it's authorized. That's what I'm testing with, test application. So how do I do this? Client credentials flow. An application sends applications request. Just to follow our backend quick starts. Alternatively, you can use the Auth0 authentication API to implement the client credentials flow. Backend API, native mobile apps, single page apps, regular web apps. So it's backend API. Okay, so this is kind of what I've done. And I say authorize, yep, validate scopes. Okay, so that's scoped. Protect your endpoints. Call a secure endpoint, next step. Register the authentication service making the call. Register the JWT bearer. Authentication, authorization, middleware. That's what I've done. That was not super useful, I guess. So where am I at? I'm at machine to machine applications. I create an application. Ah, okay, so I can create a new one. I can say API. All right. I'll say, all right, it's gonna be called my app. Continue. I think that makes some sense. And now that client ID has changed. Yep. And the client secret has also changed. Okay, so credentials. And then I got a bearer token. All right, that makes sense. So when I'm ready to actually use it, I'll just create a new application. And I can delete this one. Apparently I can't. Settings. Delete this application. I'll type the name. My app. Delete. Why is nothing loading? Applications, APIs. There we go. Man, it's ridiculous. Okay. So I think what I have works pretty well. And I understand the setup now for auth 0 for the API or for the tokens. From the web API perspective, it's actually not going to even change that much if I change to a different authentication provider, as long as it's a JWT token, which is actually very nice. So I really like that. I think that trying to think. Is there anything I'm missing? What would I be missing? Because I would use that application to create the tokens. Then the token is authorized in that app because I did that in the web portal. Now the only thing that might be a thing is I may want to have a special permission set to access the API interfaces that have sensitive data. I could set that up. That actually would be like a role. That's kind of what we were just kind of looking at that a little bit here. All right, so validate scopes. So I authorize and scoped hello from a private scoped endpoint. So it's read : messages. And I think from here, I could have read. Yeah, so I could have a special permission that I could assign to a specific interface. So I could, so like in the one I'm working on at work, it's gonna have social security numbers in it. So I could create a special permission for social security access only. And that wouldn't be overly complicated. I would have just that role. That role would only apply to endpoints that expose SSNs. And when I create an authorization for a user, it would be for the user that needs to use it. I could include it in that role or not. Seems reasonable. Seems very reasonable. And I would have probably several OAuth tokens for each environment, each system that connects to it. Okay. So I think that Auth0 works pretty well. I understand why the vendor that we're working with chose it, because it was easy to set up. And it allows me to create new applications with new client IDs. Yeah. And I have all these different environments. Okay. So I could create a production environment, a test environment, an acceptance environment, whatever, right? Ugh. So, yeah, I can get behind that. I think that's... I'm trying to think if I need to do anything more to make... to make a functioning test. And I don't think so. I think that works pretty well. I think now it's really going to be trying to implement it for real at work, which is, not something I can do on stream, obviously. Excuse me. So yeah, so I've got the web API. I have a fully functioning games database API. So I think I'm gonna try to finish it out. I'm gonna build a front end that goes to it now, like a web front end, or some other kind of front end, because it doesn't have to be a web front end, does it? It could be anything. I mean, I think a web front end is the obvious answer here. Like, let's make it a web page. And let's see, where am I looking? I'm looking for a thing. I'm looking here. This is what I want. I want APIs. I have a management API too. Test. I can do it in straight jQuery. I can do it in Node.js. I'm thinking about doing a different front end, web front end thing. Send in the token to the API. Because I feel like jQuery is like not a thing, not really a thing anymore, right? Right? So let's look at what are the top development frameworks today, 2024. We'll look at 2024. What are the most popular? They're gonna say React, aren't they? I don't want to do React. How is this Django still like top on the list? Like, I understand that it's cool, but and Ruby, like, I don't think those are really a thing anymore, like as popular. Laravel, Angular. Meteor for its real-time capability and streamlined development process. I don't even know what that one is. See, I've always thought that Vue would be kind of cool. What's the, where is it GitHub that posts most popular programming languages 2024? GitHub. State of the Octoverse, yeah. JavaScript stays at 1 in the most used languages. Python is now number 2. Java is down. TypeScript, C#, C++, PHP is down. Shell, C, Ruby. HCL, Rust has gone up. The fastest growing language is Rust. I get that. Rust is pretty cool. Makefile, like, why does that even make the list? Open source projects with the highest contributor growth. Oh, Home Assistant. I like that one. So it looks like people are still just doing like straight up JavaScript because it's number 1. So let's look at top JavaScript. I might try to do okay. What? No, don't do that. Edge networks. Well, I don't know. What should it be? I love how this is talking about it, but it doesn't actually really. It's really just regurgitating crap from their Twitter feed. React, Angular, Vue. I've never been an Angular fan, and React has always just been struggle for me. We're gonna try Vue. We're gonna try to build a front end using Vue.js. without any build steps, you can use this JS fiddle. All right. See, I don't. This is what I hate. All of these freaking things that it needs to load for a simple web page. Uh-oh, gotta sneeze. There we go. Using the ES module build. Because this is going to be such a simple app, I don't need anything super complex. That's why I struggle with some of the front end stuff, because I don't want it to be... I don't need it to be so complicated. I don't understand why. In this section we'll be introduced to how to scaffold a Vue single page application. Well, I don't even know if I have npm installed. Yeah, I don't. So I don't even have Node installed. Probably for good reason. Right, let's start with, let's just go to the playground. So it is displaying that. Howdy, howdy. I'm doing well. How about yourself? So that's just data. Good. Is there another one I can look at? It says prefer plain HTML setup without any build steps. You can use this JS fiddle. Let's look at that. Just fiddle. So I have message, so I'm gonna try to do this here too, right? What? Bah. What was this? Model. M-E-S-S-E-G. Message. Where's the run? Like, where's the run button? Okay, so I kind of like that. I mean, it's simple. But then, yeah, so I just mount app. Trying to think if that's how I want to do it or not. Can I make a REST API call? View via Vue.js. I just want to see how that works. Macoon. So it's using fetch. Getting our posts, fetching the data, and storing the results in the reactive state. I'm gonna check something. Create a new project. I'm just seeing what's defaulted in all of my different stuff. It's a lot of React, standalone JavaScript React program, blank JavaScript project. Yes, a full front end. I wonder what that looks like. We're just gonna go back one. Yeah, we'll just say that and we'll say next. I gotta install npm. Okay. Bugger. All right. Download Node.js. I guess I'll do it. Node.js. Node.js. Automatically install necessary tools that will install Chocolatey. I think I already have. Oh crap! I think I already have Chocolatey installed on my computer, but I'm okay with that. Let's see. What? Oh, it's still going. I thought it was done. I'm like, wow, that was fast. Never had anything that fast. Oh, my cup doesn't work. Hey, finish. Oh yeah. Install additional tools. Chocolate. Yep, come on. Come on, come on. What? Python is installed. Don't give me that crap. Probably just installed like 3 versions of Python now on my computer. Well, I didn't know it was going to be this intense just to get Node to work. And granted, it's more than just Node, it's more things. Well, I guess I'll just sit here and wait. What's going on in the world? Check out all of my various notifications. Someone's got a smelly toilet in their camper. Man, what is going on? Why is this taking so long? I bet it's whatever's using up all my memory. I'm going to have to just do a reboot. That's all there is to it. And yeah, because this is ridiculous. Yep, it's just eating up all kinds of memory. Fun times. It's still going? Still going. Sweet. Still just chugging away. Hmm. I mean, I hope it's actually installing. Chrome, Postman, Steam, Discord, Firefox. It looks like it's installing. It's just taking a while. Yeah, there's just a lot of things running. Definitely, computer is definitely due for a restart. I think I can do this part though now. Let's try to create a new one again. Let's say create a new project. Okay, this is a little ridiculous now. I'm just gonna go back one folder. Yep, we'll create it and see what it looks like. Since, you know, nothing else is running right. Everything's running slow. Okay, that's the web API. Define config. So I've got the server. That's the lint. Main.js. Index.html. This is what I want to see. So I include main source. Okay. Plus voila. I just hit run. Oops. Why did it open Edge? That's really weird. Okay, got it. So, oh, I see. It called the API, and now it's 3813, -11. -11, okay, yeah, so that's working. It's changing the data. I can't read it. So let's take a look at that. So that's just lots of extra crap on top of things. Yeah, so it's got components and crap in it too. I want it much simpler than that, I guess. Yeah, that's what I don't like. That's what I don't like about all these JavaScript stuff. Is they try to make them so complicated, and sometimes I don't need a complicated interface or even the back end. I just need it to be some simple data display and entry and edit. Nothing more complex than that. Close it. All right, well, this is just gonna run in the background for a while because it looks like it's never gonna finish. So, I mean, I guess I could just build it as a web front end on .NET. I was hoping to make it like some kind. I guess I could still try to tackle it as a JavaScript-ish front end. I just don't know. I mean, I've done some React. I didn't mind that, but again, sometimes it just seems like it's it's more complicated than it needs to be. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just go most popular web. Let's do that one again. Let's just look and see what other web frameworks. What are people using? What? Create an account for the full story? Screw you. Oh, no. Algorithms login, log out, email verification, password reset with a full usable UI and database in Docker in less than 30 minutes. After spending the best part of 2 days setting up the same thing in Next.js with OAuth, I'm starting to question things. Yeah. Symfony. Let's Google search that. Search it. That is PHP. Not particularly looking to do PHP. I've been using those for lately and it's been fantastic. I make components in Twig, create Alpine.js web components. Svelte? I've heard that one before. Why would you use Tailwind for React Next but not SvelteKit? Astro for blogs. So, whoa. Not what the what on earth am I doing? Don't do those things. Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh, they agreed to cover all the costs of the visual cron licenses. Oh, nice. For anything line of business focused, Blazor server is crazy strong for rapid development. I just don't like Blazor. Well, let's look at let's try. Let's just check some of these. What is Next.js? Let's it's a React framework. Gross. Maybe I'm gonna be stuck in the React world, I guess. Get started in seconds. Framework of choice when it matters. I don't know. I don't know what to pick. Elixir is a whole new language. Phoenix Development Company. I'm not gonna look it up any more than that. So maybe it's gonna be React. I don't know. Web development streamlined. Okay. Let's do the interactive tutorial. Adjust my seating. There we go. It is 8 o'clock and I have not been bothered by any kids yet. Something is wrong. Hope they're alive. Next, your first component. Okay, first add a script tag to your component. That must be where I'm at. It's written into a Svelte file, the app.svelte file. Open in the editor to the right is a simple component adding data. A component that just renders some static markup isn't very interesting. Let's add some data. First, let's add a script tag to your component and declare name our variable name. Okay, so we'll say script let name te semicolon. And I can say name. How do I run it to see it? World is undefined. Well, I know it is because I've changed it. Name. I hit save. I don't know why I did that. Okay, well, I'm glad that doesn't work right. So dot to uppercase. On line 11. What? Uh-oh. Someone's awake. Unmute. There we go. Excuse me. Let's see. I was trying to get this to work, right? And it wasn't working because it's not loading anymore. Solve it. That's what I had. I don't understand. It doesn't work. So reset. Run it. Refresh. All right, well, we'll just go to the next one. Maybe it's a problem with the page. No, legitimately, there's something wrong here. Yeah, so Svelte is broken. Okay, so I've got an image tag, and I'll say src is equal to src alt. A man dances. World is not defined. Something's broken. That's all there is to it. Okay. Let's go dig into reactivity, props, logic, else blocks, if block. I mean, this is just JavaScript, right? I mean, this isn't. If, yeah, it's just .NET front end. Maybe I'll just stick with. I'm frustrated by this because I really want to have. I need to get in my tool belt the ability to just whip out some JavaScript front end without having to have like a very complex development environment. That's what I want, and I haven't found the one that does it yet. Life cycles, bindings, stores, advanced Svelte, context API, no, classes and styles. All right, let's look at Svelte kit connect to REST API. I just want to see how this works. Allows you to create more than just pages. I don't want to create an API. I want to, you know, Svelte kit plus REST API. Okay, you know, as fun as this is, for what I'm doing, it's beyond the scope of what I need. We're going to just add, oops, we're going to add an app. Add, stop it. We're going to say add. I can actually just add multiple front ends if I want to, because that's what I can do. I need ASP.NET.Core web app. MVC, Blazor, WebAssembly, standalone. Like, I might try to do the WebAssembly stuff too for this. That might be worth trying. But, oh, my door's open. Be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, ASP.NET Core web application, Razor pages. Class library, worker services, Blazor, Blazor web, Azure functions, gRPC, test project, console app, class libraries, getting into non-web stuff, WPF. Okay, we're gonna create this. I did not get it, I don't think. Oh no, I did. It's just really slow. Okay, games, razor.web. Long-term support, authentication. For this case, no, because this is not a thing. I don't need to configure HTTPS. This thing is still running, by the way. It is doing things, but it's still running. Oh, as soon as I did that, now it's really chugging away. There it is. Please reboot at your earliest convenience. I'm not going to hit enter in case earliest convenience is as soon as I press enter, because we're not playing that game today. I'm sorry. Okay. So So this is just an empty page. Oh man, it's so slow. Everything is so slow. Just gonna try to close as much as I can because I don't know what's happening. So yeah, so this is the home. This is just a straight up normal Razor page with server-side backend, which is fine. I am going to need to build. Let's come here, and I want to say C# because I'm going to need to do this. So when I say get, I'm going to pass all that stuff in. So I'm going to need to have, I want to use these objects here as well, so I don't have to duplicate them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say add a new project. I'm going to add a class library. So we're extending what I've already built. Class library. We're going to call it games.objects. Yep, long-term support. And then what is this? It is games.objects. So I'm going to actually just take these. Can I just move them like this? I think I can. And then I'm going to delete them here. Yep. Delete this folder. Right click on here and say add project reference. There we go. The objects. Run a build because it should show me every place that I have bad references. But it may not be a problem because I named game.objects. No, so it's in, so that's, what is this? No, this is the one that's busted that I didn't want. Genre endpoints. Where is this? I don't know where this file is. Namespace games API objects. Open containing folder. Where is this? Games.object genre.cs. Yeah, it's not there. No, it is. Let's just close all of these things. Let's make it easy. Oh, so this one's all screwed up. Oh, because it added it to this object right here. Just delete it. There. Oh, and then Control RG. No, can't do that yet. So this is games.object. This is what I need to change on all of these. Not games API. I want to keep the namespaces clear. Now I'm gonna create some broken stuff. Maybe not. Now how did that not create an error? Oh, okay, TBD gamer. Thanks for the raid with 12 people. Nice. How's it going, man? How was your stream this morning? I'm failing at both. Yeah, I understand that. There we go. Nice. So you had the and Kafka streams. Yeah, but you know what you don't know. That's good. At least you know what you don't know. So I tend to struggle with that, with the not knowing what I don't know and just kind of moving on. Well, that's awesome. I mean, it's not awesome that you were failing, but I always feel like when you're failing at something, it means you're still learning. You know, you're learning what not to do, right? Isn't that the statement, or what is it, the saying that I'm sure someone claimed, someone famous said it and it didn't work. It's like, it's not a failure, it's learning how not to do it. What is it? 100 ways to not make a light bulb or something like that. That's cool. I've been diving into new stuff today as well. I was learning how to set up and use REST APIs using OAuth, which I've actually never done. I've interfaced using OAuth before, but now I need to create some APIs that implement OAuth for authorization. And it's actually from a work project that's coming up, and I'm like, I need to spend a little time and play around with configuring things and getting it set up. So that's what I've been doing today. I've been learning a few things. It's actually gone relatively well. I've been using what is it, Auth0 as my OAuth provider to give me bearer tokens, and I think I have a really simple API created that that gets me what I want, and I think is going to work for what I need to do at work too. Hopefully. I don't know if I'll be able to use Auth0 at work. I'm gonna have to have somebody tell me what the tool is. I'm afraid it's gonna be the Microsoft Identity, whatever it's called, infrastructure. I looked at it a little bit, and it's not something I can just easily spin up and test on my own, so that might be its own set of problems, but it's been pretty good. It's been a pretty good morning. Yeah, I've been kind of hammering away on that, and then I built a really excuse me, simple API to track like my board and video game collection, which is relatively large, and so I kind of overcomplicated it a little bit to make it kind of match like what I'd be using in my work environment. And when I got that finished and I kind of got it working, now I'm building a wrapper around it to build a little front end. I figured if I built something, I want to try to use it. So we're trying to configure up a new excuse me, what do you want to call a ASP Razor front end for it? Yeah, yep, some video game tracking. Yeah. I'm also tracking all of my board games, because it turns out I have about as many board games as I do video games, and it's a lot. And I'm hoping that what I can come up with once I'm all done is also have the ability to randomly pick a game from whether it's a genre, a tag, or like what kind of type it is, or if it's a favorite. Because we do have occasions where some friends come over and we'll play board games, and the struggle we always end up with is, well, what do we play? It's like we have all these games and there's a lot of choices, and it's like, well, what do we pick? So it's like, it'd be cool to have like a way of like randomly picking one. Um, so 1,700 physical video games. Woof. That's a lot. I mean, if I had that much video, wow, 1,700 is a lot. That's impressive. That's very impressive. I do not have that much. Yeah, 35 consoles. That's nice. I used to have, at one point, I think I had most of the consoles. Uh-oh. Hold that thought. I have to take a work phone call. All right. Crisis averted. 35 consoles. I like that. That's awesome. Like I was saying, I used to have one of just about everything when they came out. From, you know, I had an Atari. I think I still have my Atari. But I had, Atari and Intellivision, all the Nintendos and Segas and PlayStations and all of those things. I used to have all of them. And then at one point, when I was in college, I had to basically try to find something to do with them all. And the place I was at, I didn't have storage to hold all of them, and my other option was to try to put them in some kind of a, I think it was in a storage unit, but it wasn't like climate controlled. And I had them in there for a while, and a couple of the systems started having corrosion problems because of like heat change temperatures, moisture, and that kind of stuff. And so I decided not to keep them there anymore, and I offloaded almost all of them. So now I have very few of my original consoles and physical games, which is kind of depressing. I mean, I think back on it, and I was like, you know, I had some awesome games. Yeah, gave it all away. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty much exactly it. I think I sold most of mine. I didn't sell it for a lot. It was mostly like somebody who was very interested in having it, and I'm like, you could just have them. And now I kind of regret it, because like I said, I remember some of the cartridge games that I had have ended up becoming quite valuable, right? You know, it's like highly sought after games, and I'm like, man, I'd have just kept them, but I don't know. That's what I call my pack rat mentality. I'm always going to have a use for it, right? I could always find something. And yeah, it's something that I still tell myself, like, one of these days I might start collecting them again. But oh, you have Earthbound for SNES. Nice. I'm trying to think of what my most expensive one was. I mean, I've got some of like I have some of the, what do you want to call, like I have the dreaded ET for Atari, right? The one that, you know, killed Atari. I've got a copy of that game. I'm trying to think of what else I had. I had some really obscure NES cartridge games that were like really hard to come by. And then I also had a copy of, what was it called? It was a PlayStation 1 game. And it's one of these games that I have wanted to buy again so many times, and it's so expensive. What was it called? It was a cube game. I gotta look it up. PlayStation 1 Cube. Intelligence Cube, that's it. This is the game that I wanted. Oh, I wanted to buy this game back so bad. And last time I had looked it up, it was very unfortunately expensive. Wow, now it's only like $40. But like when I looked, it was like over like $120, $130. I'm like, holy cow. Yeah, $50. Yeah, that was, I remember that being such a fun game. Oh, really? It was on PSP? Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I remember, I want to say somebody I knew had bought a PlayStation when it first came out, and they used to come with all those, remember all the demo discs, right, of all the demo games, and they had a demo of this game. And we played just the crap out of it. And then I think it might have been my sister, and we both pitched in and we bought it together so we could play it, and we played it a lot. And then I think her PlayStation died, and I had bought one. I had just recently bought one at that point, and she gave it to me. And I, again, played it just, I mean, hundreds of hours probably in that stupid game. And then I got rid of it. So, oh, thanks for the follow, Emporium guy. I really appreciate that. Oh, yeah, man, that was some good times. What are the, now I'm just curious, what are the most expensive, what'd I do? NES games. Because what did I had? I had, what was it? Oh, hang on. It's probably more or less a rare one than a one. Howdy there, Emporium guy. Price charting. Let's go look at that. Oh yeah, that's Tournament Fighters. Oh yeah. Mighty Final Fight. Let's see. Yeah, price charting. Oh, that's the one I'm on. Aha. That was the one I was on. Let's see. All. Oh, Mega Man 5. This was definitely one that I. Which one was Mega Man 5? No, just plain Mega Man. I might still have plain Mega Man. I have a handful of my Nintendo games. But yeah, Mega Man, not Mega Man 5, but Mega Man. Definitely had that one. Oh, let's see. Never had any Donkey Kongs. All collections. Oh, I should. Oh, this is like, can use it to have my own collection. Man, this one's. Why is this one so expensive? I might even have this one. Might even just be in my garage in a box. They were early run games, by the way. The refined process. Oh, okay. So it's a 5-screw. Okay. That makes more sense. I'm like, because I didn't think this game was all that crazy. Because I'm like, I know I had a copy of this one. And quite possibly 2 copies. Because I had, when I had my Nintendo, I had bought, what did I buy? I had bought like a collection of games and, oh, what were the magazines that had all the cheat codes and strategy guides? That was very Nintendo. That was made by Nintendo. I bought like a whole box full of those from a kid, and it came with a bunch of games. So I ended up with a whole bunch of duplicates. So it was pretty interesting that just some of the things that I had, and I look back on it now and I'm like, man, if I'd have just had any kind of forethought, I would have kept a whole bunch of those. You got a few 5 screws, but no expensive versions. Yeah. Yeah, now that that's on my brain, I'm gonna have to go find all my games. I say find all my games. It's probably like 15 in total that are of the old cartridge games. I have them in a tote somewhere. I think they're in my basement here somewhere. I just need to go find them. But I did for a while. I think it was my niece had collected a couple of consoles that she had found at garage sales that people had said were. Oh, Metal Storm, yeah. But I've got a couple of. I think I have an NES and an SNES that were basically given to me as not working, and I've always wanted to tear them apart. Oh, nice. Well, you get your money's worth then, at least minimum. But yeah, I wanted to kind of get into like that, restoring the old game consoles, because I my old Atari, that was, I think it was my brother's. I took it all apart, I cleaned it up, and I completely restored it back to working condition. Got rid of all the corrosion, replaced some of the. There was a couple of components inside that had corroded away. Had a couple of bad pots on it. Not pots. There was no, it was just a switch. It was a bad switch. I had replaced anyway. I tore it apart. I fixed it. I got it working. Super proud of myself. It was like I did this and I didn't break it, and I did it without YouTube, kind of. I mean, I found a website that had a service tech manual, I guess, for the old Atari, what was it, 2600s or whatever. And so I used that to figure out what parts I needed, how to take it apart, get it fixed up. So I was super proud of that. And, since I fixed it, I maybe have played it twice, but it's a thing. Let's see, save that one. I was in the process of refactoring my app a little bit, because I started with just a very simple API, because like I said, I was kind of testing out the OAuth authorization, and I had all my, my objects and stuff in here. And now that I'm building a web page front end, I want to use the same objects, so I moved them to class library so I can reference them in both projects. And now I'm going through and fixing all of those references so that I can use it. How am I modeling games? Well, it's very simple right now. It's just a name, a couple of dates when I got it, when it was added to my collection. Price, I think that was, this one is more on new stuff that I've bought, in particular, like my board game collection. And then I have a flag, whether it's a favorite, whether I've finished it, which is in mostly reference to like a video game. And then I have types, genre, and I also have tags that tie to it. That was just kind of like my first run. I guess I still have my official working notes right here. Nope. Come on. Why? There we go. I started off somewhat simple with the idea that I'm gonna have to probably modify it a little bit. So if I game on a PlayStation and Xbox, you have that twice. That's a good question. I would probably have it twice, because I would want to know that I have 2 copies of it for different systems. So a new edition might be, I'm trying to think of how that would be. Game system, game platform, maybe call it platform. Or it could be a type. Like it could be a type as a video game. You track games as title plus platform. Yeah, that makes sense. Because originally I was thinking game types could just be video or board game or card game, but it could be video game Xbox or PlayStation or whatever, or PC. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, title and platform. I might have to think about that. When I first started this, it was mostly in my brain, I was targeting mostly board games, but then I realized I kind of want to track video games too, because I have just an insane number of those on Genesis and 1 copy for the Game Gear. Yeah, okay. They have 2 games totaling 8 copies. Yeah, that makes sense. So you would have many copies. Yeah, because even though you even have 7 copies for the same system, that makes sense. And I can easily see how you want that to be 7 records, because I know, like, I've got a couple of games. A good example, I have The Legend of Zelda for Nintendo. I have 2 copies. I have one that is in, I'm going to call it near pristine condition, that works. And the other one is a much older one, the one that I originally played when I was younger. And it has a flaw where it doesn't save. So I want to keep that. I would want to keep that one separate, because I know that this one is the one that doesn't, keeps memory saves. The memory gets corrupted on it. It's 1,697 games with 1,871 copies. Wow. That's impressive. I mean, things are a lot better now, especially in the video game. Like, most of my video games now are PC games, because like I said, I got rid of most of my console ones, and a lot of them are tied into like Steam or EA or Epic or GOG or all of those. But I still have a whole bunch that are just like CDs, right? Like some of the old stuff. So I'm gonna have to, those are the things that I kind of want to track, are those ones that I don't have like digital copies of. Even though we're kind of getting to the point now, like I can go buy it on GOG for $4, and it doesn't matter if I have the physical copies anymore. Oh yeah, you don't count your digital games. Yeah, like I said, that would be most all of mine anymore. So I would put those on there. Yeah, I don't even know what my Steam library has on it. I was a big holdout on buying games on Steam for a long time. Simply because when it first came out, I only have 158 games on Steam. But when it first like started getting big and it was always just a big I don't know. I had a distrust of a company owning the digital copy of it and not me having a physical copy. But that was before, you know, the world that it is today, I guess. But oh man, every time I see that lurk message, I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm glad I stole that from somebody. It tickles me. So yeah, so I'm gonna take that into account about the multiple copies and different platforms. That is something I'm gonna have to keep in the back of my mind while I'm developing this out a little bit. To begin with, like I said, it's gonna be very simple, but I am going to probably enhance it because I have a lot of games, especially some of the board games where I've got like expansions, and sometimes I have kits that just have added certain things, and I kind of want to keep track of what each expansion added. Just because I have OCD. I don't know. I like to keep my stuff. I like to know what was there originally. I like to know the pristine versions of everything. So, yeah, but it's a good thing to keep in my mind, because that can mess things up pretty crazy. Uh-oh, I got another kid awake. Oh man, that was a almost 9 o'clock run. Oh, I got a hair. Go. All right, let's see here. More namespace cleanups. Huh. Oh, I think that fixed them all. That may have done it. All right, so now I've got my dependencies, my objects in their own library, and that library is now referenced in both of them. So now, how did I get dependencies out of my brain? Good golly, that is sometimes, man, it just doesn't work out. My brain. Okay, let's close all this stuff now, and let's take a look at. Oh, we'll do that. So we've got pages. Let's but I want to do it as a scaffolded item. It's on the web. Razor pages uses entity framework. Razor components. I'm not into the components thing. Maybe I should be. Maybe I should try it. If I do I try it? Do I try it? I don't know. I keep shying away from it. Oh, hey, Juan Van. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, the OAuth stuff, I kind of have that all working now. I can walk through it a little bit, because the OAuth stuff was to authorize a web API, so that you have to have an OAuth token in order to make some pull from the database. Let's see, I can kind of show it, I believe. I appreciate the follow too. So I created this. I've got a very simple. Yeah, so I'll start at the front end here. It's a games to track board games, video games. That was the concept. It was mostly just an idea to build an API around, because I'm trying to learn OAuth. So I've got just a very simple API where I can get a list of games, and of course right now if I try to run it without, it gives me a 401. I can't, no response, or not a no response. 401 is an unauthorized. There we go. That's the word I wanted. And so what I did is I built my authorization using OAuth and Auth0. So I created inside here, I created an account in Auth0. I created an API, this games API, and it's using JWT access tokens. That's how I authenticate to the API. That's how I get my authorization. And I have just a test application right now, so I'm something I can use on stream without having to hide it every time it comes up. And so inside my API, you have to first make a call to the Auth0 server with your client ID, your client secret, and your audience to get your credentials, which will get you your access token. And then once you have this access token, which I can actually copy it like that. Then I set up my Swagger so I can put the access token here. And now when I execute this, it will actually return values, which in this case is none. I think I did. Oh, I may have gotten rid of them. Yeah, but that's how I have it, the OAuth set up. And then inside my API, the way I configured it, if I stop the app, I put in so I get my, that's my database connection. So I have adding authentication, which is a NuGet package. Sorry, and my computer is acting really slow today. I was kind of complaining about it about an hour ago because I haven't rebooted in a few days and something is eating up memory. So some of this stuff is kind of slow to load because I'm utilizing. Yeah, it's Monday somewhere, and yeah, my computer's using 31 gigs of its 32 gigs on something, and I don't know what. Let's see. Entity framework. Yeah, so I'm using the Microsoft ASP.NET Core Authentication JWT Bearer to handle all of that. Thing. Yeah, my old dev machine had 128 gig. It's actually might be my NAS. I think that's my old development machine. and at the time I was never using that much memory. And so when I built this new one, I said, you know what? My old computer, I've used, right about that 20 to 25 gig. I'm like, I'm just going to put 32 gig in. That's a sweet spot for purchasing. And if it becomes a problem, I'll buy more. And that was probably 2 years ago. So it's been pretty good. Oh, now I have 2 copies of a file? What? Ooh, a Synology NAS. $100. Nice. That's cool. I need to upgrade my NAS. I'm running... Well, it's actually an old version. It's free NAS. I've been trying to get it to upgrade to true NAS, and I don't think I've ever gotten it to convert over. And I'm to the point now where the things I have to do are very sketchy, and I decided I didn't want to do it for fear of losing my data. So I was going to either build a new one or buy one. But that's sweet. $100 for a 10-bay NAS. Wow. That's cheap. That is super cheap. So anyway, so I'm using the JWT authorization token, or what was it? JWT NuGet package. And then, so this here just configures it to use JWT Baird authentication schemes. Here is the authority that I'm using. Here's my audience, which this just happens to be my IIS server that sits at home in my back. Yeah, you definitely got lucky. That's a sweet deal. And then I think that's all I have to do. Oh, yeah. And then this bit here, this is this security schema. This just configures that that authentication button on Swagger. So this is a little extra fluff. It adds using authentication with bearer scheme so it names it authorization. It just adds that button to the Swagger page. So when I run it, it shows that button that says authorization. It opens over there. So it just adds this button. That's all it does. Excuse me. And so yeah, it does that, does the bearer. And so then on each of my controllers, I have to just put the authorize tag, what do they call that? An attribute, there we go. And that makes each one of these, actually makes all of the endpoints inside this controller require authorization. So you have to first get your bearer token and then pass the bearer token with every HTTP request to the API. And that is all the knowledge I have of Auth 0 in about 90 seconds. Actually, it was more than that, but it's not much. I have used it several times where you get the token, make a request, and you have to do all of that. And this is the first time I've ever set one up from scratch where I'm the server with that. So it's kind of interesting. I've been working on, I'm going to have to do it for work here probably after the holiday week. And I wanted to get at least a little bit of knowledge under my belt. So when I go and talk to our security team and say, hey, I need to use an OAuth service for this web API, it does. It works really well. And I'm really hoping that when I go to my security team, I can just say, hey, I want to create an Auth 0 account and use it for our internal web service, like just that one for right now. I'm really afraid that they're going to say, you got to use the Microsoft identity infrastructure, whatever it is. I looked it up this morning. Microsoft Entra, or Microsoft, what is it? It is Entra. Entra is the name of it now. Yeah. Security identities and access. This is it used to be Azure AD, and then it used to be something before that, whatever its name is. Explore the Microsoft Entra product family. So yeah, identity and access management. They may want me to try to use this, which, you know, I'm not against. I'm just gonna have to. I know that from my experience working with our security group, they're gonna say, okay, well, we want you to use the Microsoft access management, because we're a Microsoft partner. We have a tenant in Azure that we can use. But the problem's going to be is they're not going to let me have access to do it. I'm going to have to work through somebody and tell them how to configure it and set it up, and how do I configure multiple accounts, and then try to explain to them how a JWT is going to be secure enough for the scope of what I'm doing, and so on and so forth. And so having this extra knowledge, yeah, I know security, I always complain about them. I do tend to be very security conscious, especially when I'm working. It's like working on code, especially at work. I'm very conscious of it. But I have a problem with the way our security sometimes defaults to stuff. And a great example is we pushed out a policy that said, hey, we're going to clear everyone's browser history every time you close the browser. And their reasoning was like, well, there's a security vulnerability where they were administrator credentials were being skimmed off of the history or something from IE. I don't remember the details. And they sent this email out, and then they sent these articles that explained it. And then the articles sent to some to the, I don't know if it was to the original person that found it, or it might have been to like a CVE description page. But anyway, what it boiled down to was I was reading the article, and I read the article, and I went and I read the source material. And yeah, they did. They were able to skim someone's credential hashes from Internet Explorer browser history for their domain administrator account and gained access to an entire network. And so I read that, and I'm like, okay, well, nobody in our environment at work is an administrator, an admin, or any kind of an administrator with internet access for the most part. My normal account is not an administrator anywhere. I have an administrator account, and we block it from having access to the internet. It can't go out. There's just no way. So there's no way for that account to do anything on the web. And I can only log onto that account on servers behind our firewalls with, very heavily controlled environments. And so, of course, I took this information, I sent it off to security, because I hate having my browser information be deleted, because I have hundreds of, intranet apps that I connect to all the time. And I like having that in my history because it's just easy to just navigate to them. It's a process. It's a workflow thing. And I sent it to my security people. And I said, hey, this vulnerability does not impact 90% or 95% of the district. Can we change the policy to only apply to specific users or specific accounts? Like that, this just seems like we're hitting this ant with a car as opposed to just stepping on it, right? I mean, it's like, this is just so much overkill. They basically told me, they said, they were like, no, because this is security and it's a 0-day vulnerability and it's in the wild. And I'm like, yeah, for administrators, we have 3,000 people in the district. 2,950 of them don't have administrative access to anything. Like, what's it going to gain? There's no gain here. And they're like, oh, well, we're going to do it for everybody anyway. And then I asked the person implementing, like, did you even read this vulnerability? And then that's when the argument ended, because they didn't want to talk to me anymore. And the answer to that question is no, they didn't actually read it. They read a news article, panicked, and put out a policy. And now we have to live with it. Punks. That's what I don't like about security. They don't do their due diligence. So anyway, this is probably what I'm going to have to use, but that was a very long tangent for no gain. So I apologize for that. So all of my endpoints have authorization tied to them. Yeah, the insights. Yeah, my insights of LinkedIn security blog. Yeah, my insights is I have a hard time dealing with people that I don't want to say try, because that's not necessarily the thing. Like in this instance, the security people were trying, but they weren't doing their due diligence, going and figuring it out. When I say figuring it out for real, I guess, because if someone comes up to me and says, hey, your computer is vulnerable because you have a piece of software, and I go, oh, okay, where's the evidence? What is telling you that the system is vulnerable? And they may come back and say, oh, because you're running Adobe Acrobat 10. Like, okay, what's vulnerable on Adobe Acrobat 10? Like, I want to go back to source content, source material. And so that's what I always push for. I'm like, okay, you can tell me all you want that there's a vulnerability, but I need to see it. Like, I need to read the vulnerability. What's the CVE number on it? Like, or what is it, CVE? Is that the right word? It's a CVE score. Is it? I think it's, yeah, common vulnerability event. Yeah, so what's the CVE? Let's go read the CVE and understand it. And what always ends up happening is they've read some blog or some, you know, I don't know, a tweet or some other post from a security person, but they never took the next step to read the original source material. It's kind of the same thing of, like, you know, like your grandmother on Facebook sharing an article and treating it as proof because this article said that, you know, Jesus was a turtle or something like that, right? It's like, yeah, but did you go any deeper than that to look at the problem? That's where I have a hard time. It's like, if you don't go deeper, then I only take it at face value, nothing more. You had a guy that worked for a mortgage company, complained the phones were hackable, and then hacked the phones to prove it and got fired. Yep. Yep. Well, that's funny. I mean, that's really funny. And right, that's one of those things that it's kind of the same idea, right? It's like, oh, you know, this is such a big deal, and it's like, oh, well, we're not doing anything about it. But then, yeah, you're right. I bet they did fix it. Well, maybe not. Maybe the problem for them was the guy hacked them, right? But it's like, yeah, just bringing up some source material, right? Like some verified source material. That's what I like to call it. What's the verified source? That's not opinionated. That's not summarized. I like summaries to just get like a high level, but I don't like the just taking it as the summary as gospel. Back in the 90s, and then worked for me for 2 years, and then moved over to that company. Oh, okay. They did upgrade though, so that's probably a good thing. We have the same problem at work. Well, it's not the same problem. It's a similar idea. We have one of the systems I support is no longer being supported by Microsoft. It's a web server. It's running server 2008 R2 maybe. It's an old web server. Like, it's out of support, and and we're still running it because we have one application that we're trying to get data migrated to a new platform because the new app doesn't work on the new versions of IIS. We can't get it to, could never get it to load. I mean, I spent months on it. Right. Yeah, long past its prime. And we're finally in the process of getting this app, getting the data for this app migrated to our ERP, our Enterprise Management System, SAP. And I probably every Monday we have a call, and someone in our security department harps on that old server. And I understand it's a big deal. Excuse me. An add-on web server. Well, it's an IIS web server, so server 2008 web server. So it's an internal web server. It's not on the web. It's not on the internet. And they always kind of harp on the fact that this app server is still running, this web server. And I'm like, every time I'm like, well, what's the risk? Like, what's the vulnerabilities as it sits right now in our environment? And they've never been able to answer that question. And it's like every week they said, oh, well, we gotta get that server rebuilt or taken offline. Like, we will. It's happening. but I'm going to ask again, what vulnerabilities are we susceptible to right now on a server in our intranet behind our firewalls, actually behind 2 firewalls with no network routes from outside connections, and what's the vulnerability we have to mitigate? Yeah. So yeah, no world secure level, right? So it's like, yes, it's vulnerable. It has a problem, but we've taken mitigation strategies. It's got the firewalls turned on. It's got additional monitoring. We've got some extra stuff on there that's watching for anomalies. You know, we watch for, you know, network scans, and it's like, and the reality of it is, it's like, it's on an isolated subnet, so it's like, it's probably fine. But it's local only, no web access, right? Right, yeah. It's like, if it's local only and you can guarantee that it's not being accessed remotely, you're probably pretty safe. I mean, yes, there's always a risk, and you can somebody else could get compromised on the network and exploit that system. Absolutely. But we have mitigating strategies in place. Like, I have a script that runs on that server that watches for port scans, and anything that hits that server that's on the non-access port, I block it in the firewall automatically. Yeah, right. And it's like, we don't do internal pen tests on most of our networks. So as far as I'm concerned, it's okay. It's a problem mostly because it is an outdated system. It's old. It's virtual, at least. So there's that. So I don't have to necessarily worry about hardware, but I do have to worry about compatibility problems, especially because we're moving our virtualization environment to a new system, and I don't think that one's going to move. So I have more practical reasons to update, other than I'm supporting a very old system. So yeah, and you know, I don't know, it's kind of a mindset. I work at a power plant, and all we do is work on old stuff. I mean, most of our stuff is old, hardware's old, software's old. Like, it's kind of our thing. So I don't know. It's hard for me to get riled up when they say, "Oh, we've got to do it because there's such and such." And I'm like, "Yeah, prove it, you know." Don't hack it. Don't hack it, but prove it by hacking it. Just give me something else. So yeah. Anyway, the insights and ramblings of someone who's probably been working at his job for too long. I've got too much cares, I guess. Yeah, it's good it's not on hardware. That is nice. Now, having said that, we have a lot of stuff that's running on hardware that's very old. Some of our critical systems are running on hardware that's almost 20 years old now. 20-year-old servers. And they're still just humming away. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. I was trying to add. I was looking at what my scaffolding options were, and I'm trying to convince myself whether I want to use Razor components or just make them plain Razor pages. I just haven't got myself convinced of the components thing, and I probably need to. Like, I don't know. Oh, my vacuum cleaned without getting tangled on something? Wow. Somewhere out there is a server 2000 that's hoping to make it to the new year. So that's us. We have a system that is running at our plant that is running Windows Server 2000, 2 instances of it. But it's not going to make it to the end of the year. We are replacing that system this year. And it's not because of Windows Server. It's because of, I don't remember why. I think the, maybe the PLC that it talks to has actually got a physical problem, and we need to replace it. And the vendor is providing us a whole new system. It's Windows Server 2000 on a card. like on a server card, like an all-in-one. Is that right? It is, isn't it? It's on a card. Yeah, it is. It's on a card. It's on a chassis, and you slide the card in. It's like a system on a chip almost, but it's Windows Server 2000. So yeah, we've got it, and every 2 years we have a task to go and back that system up, and to back it up, I've got to pull out a copy of Ghost on a floppy disk. Actually, I pull it out on Ghost on about 10 floppy disks because several of them don't work anymore. They worked last time, but not this time, and we got to go and shut that server down and boot it on a floppy disk so I can image that machine. Yep, Ghost. We still use Ghost pretty extensively for a lot of our isolated networks, just because it's been very consistent for us over the years. Okay, should I do a Razor component? I don't know if I want to do it. Razor Pages isn't any framework crud. I think it is. I'm fairly certain we just bought new licenses for Ghost. Imaging software. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, you can still buy Norton Ghost. Oh, maybe not. Products and services. I feel like we just bought new licenses when we went to something. End of life announcement. Oh, yeah. Oh, was it on this one? It was discontinued in 2008. Oh. Oh, end of life announcement, Norton Ghost. There it is. That page I'm looking for is unavailable. Norton Ghost has been discontinued. On April 13th, 2013, Norton Ghost was discontinued, is no longer available for sale. So yeah, 2013. So, okay, so maybe we didn't buy one. Yeah, the end of life had an end of life. Yeah. It's so end of life, the end of life page. Yeah. So anyway, we still use Ghost, even just the old versions. I think the most recent version, I thought we had just picked up. Maybe we didn't pick it up recently. Maybe we picked it up 11 years ago. Something so we could make it work on our newer servers and our isolated networks, because they are server 2019. Yeah, we are not old. Not at all. So, all right, well, it's been discontinued. I had actually, before we did that, I had actually built the ability to image and back up a machine using the Windows environment, or the Windows DISM tool, Disk Image Solution Manager. I don't know what that stands for. I made that up. And it works pretty well, but it got a little funky when you had systems with multiple drives. But we decided that the person that was normally doing the backups couldn't handle it if it was multiple drives, so we decided to go with something a little bit simpler. So that's when we went back to Ghost. Okay. Yeah, DISM is really good. I mean, I use it a ton, and I can use it to absolutely back up and restore systems, and I've got that all pretty much scripted. It's just, yeah, the drives is weird, especially when you're working on a server, because our new servers, are they Cisco servers? Maybe they're Cisco servers. When they come up, you know, the motherboard runs a mini OS that then loads a traditional BIOS and boots up and then runs Windows. And the problem that we've had is the disk IDs sometimes have changed for, you know, the different virtual drives when you're in a raid. And so it's made it very hard to just script the backup and restoration of a specific machine, because you have to know how to go in and look using DISM to list the drives and to figure out what the virtual hard drives are listed as on the hardware. So on our older servers, perfect every time. It's always, because they always come up with the same IDs. They don't come up necessarily as the same disk number, but they always come up with the same disk IDs. So would UEFI not be running? I think they are still running UEFI. But it's a weird environment because it's Cisco, and I don't know if this is the same with all systems, but Cisco, even like the Cisco, like if you have a Cisco switch, like a new one, iOS isn't running straight on the hardware anymore. It's in a virtualized environment there too. So when a Cisco switch boots, it boots up, it loads some firmware, it loads a hypervisor, and then it loads whatever it thinks your virtual switch should be. It's weird. But I think they still have UEFI. But there's another layer of abstraction to the hardware on top underneath it. And I don't know. It was hokey. I know that in our test lab I tried to restore a system and I inadvertently put the system drive on the data drive and wiped out all the data. And that's when we decided we have to do a little legwork before we do a restoration, or a backup for that matter. You have to make sure you get the right drives. But yeah, it's weird. And that's been 2.5 years ago probably when I did that last, so things may have changed since then. Because I think it was before our last refueling outage, which would have been 2 years ago. Almost exactly 2 years ago. All right, I keep clicking this new scaffolded item. Eventually I'm going to pick one. A razor view with or without a strongly typed model. Because I can't pick CRUD because I'm not using Entity Framework, so I'm gonna have to let's just take a razor view. List. The model is going to be, oh no, hang on. I canceled it again because I'm not ready to do that. I need to add a project reference to my objects. Excuse me. Yeah, I think I have to add them one at a time because I'm gonna have to implement my brain. We'll do game types. That seems to be my first one. We'll call it index. Use that layout page, add. Oh, nope. Okay, doesn't create it in a folder. Add a folder. I don't know if that's what I was doing before. I don't remember. I'm about spent on my brain today. I've got to go do some modification, take some enhancements to my truck. Hopefully the weather holds up today. I don't think it's supposed to rain. Because it's been rainy, and it's supposed to rain again tomorrow. I've got a bed cover I need to put on. Nope, looks like it's going to be good. Not until 6 a.m. it's supposed to rain. Nice. Razor view. Trying this all again. I'm hoping I can get one done before I quit for the morning. Game type. Use that layout. And then I'm going to have to, I'll have to build probably a code interface. Or not a code, like an interface to act as the connection to the API, because I don't want to put that code everywhere. All right, so there it is. There's index. So it doesn't create the CS file in the background when I create that. Can I just add it? I don't know if I need to. Yeah, I think I do. I think I want to have it. So can I add? Well, we'll just try. Oh, that's a Razor view. Maybe it's Razor page. Maybe that's what I need to add. No. I'm trying to figure out the best way that I could create this, because Razor page using entity framework, except I don't have it. Yeah, I think it would be just like that. We'll call it that. Because then it has the code behind page correct there, not necessarily there. Code cleanup. Nope. So let's try. I'm just gonna try something. Add a class, and I'm gonna call it index.cshtml.cs. Oh, there we go. I can just do that. And then I would need to make it a page model. Trying to figure. Oh, so was that if I do scaffolded item? Because I can't do any of this because I don't have the DB context class, right? Yeah. Trying to do this with as little coding as possible just to speed up the development when I do it for real, but I don't think that's going to be a thing. Model is index1.model. Then this page. I don't know. I still don't know what the right answer is here. So what is the actual difference between a Razor view and a Razor page? Is it just the... I'm sure there's more to it than just the code behind. Razor view and a Razor page. What's the difference? Razor page and traditional MVC. A Razor page is a self-contained sort of. It has a code behind like a web form, so it's technically you'd have a HTML, CS. Okay. All the code regarding this functionality is essentially all in one place. However, the downside is this can make code reuse difficult. When should Razor pages be used? I would say never. Razor pages only work as Razor pages when used as Razor pages. That's slightly confusing. It's like the end of life, the end of life, the end of life. Fantastic for straightforward content and CRUD because of that abstraction. Okay, so yeah, that didn't help a whole lot. So it's really just another way. Razor pages. It's like having web forms again, which is how I've pretty much been using it. So, all right. So that just basically, again, just like, hey, we're going to give you 9 ways to do something. You figure out which one you want to use. Which, you know, is fine, I guess. So I'm doing it essentially without controllers. I'm doing it with views or pages. Oh yeah, this even has a thing for the create functionality that's not there. I don't know if I like this design or not. MVC controller with views. MVC controller with read-write actions. I don't know. I'm really kind of on the fence on what's the right way today to do this. Because this feels like the old school web form days. But MVC also adds a whole layer of complexity that's not necessary for an app like what I'm doing now. But this isn't too bad. If I put it all, I could put it all on one page, but then it feels, I don't know, then it feels like old scripting, like PHP. I don't know if I'm down with that either. So I think I'm going to stick with the pages for now, just because that is what I have been doing in the past. So I'm going to take all of this, and we're going to put it right there. And we're going to take this one. In this case, the model is going to be... no, that's actually right. I'm going to come here to... Oh, got rings updates. Oh man, it's almost 9:30. What's the right? What am I looking for here? I need to close this and make it a list of I think I need to make it something different, don't I? I need to make it like bindable or something. Let's pull this up because I do it here. This is the one that I just built that is sort of the same. Oh, it's just just a public. Nice. I will set it to say, I just moved Visual Studio out of the way, and now it exploded, and all I had was the top. Can I fix that? There we go. Default. And now it's game types. Mm-hmm. All right, I make it a public list. That's what I've done here, right? And then on the page, action parameter. Index model. Oh, put it on the wrong one. That's why it's not there. I put it in the wrong spot. Hey, look at that. There we go. Model.game. Oops. Why does it do that? Don't be smart, Visual Studio. I don't want your crap. Okay, so let's delete this one. And now let's rename this one to be index, which should fix all of these things, right? Yep. I want to change that too. And build. There it is. All right. So oh yeah, I don't have any code to like interact with the API yet, do I? Poop. So if I do that, I'm gonna need to build. I want to do this correctly. How do I do this correctly? I'm gonna need to build an interface that do I abstract all the way out? I think so. I think I create an interface that is a class that manages getting the OAuth token and making the call. And then have that all kind of be managed on its own, because I also would like to have it keep track of the expiration of that token, because right now my test one is 24 hours. So I only need to make that call once to get the token. How do I want to do that? You know, I think I will do it so my interface is okay. Yeah, here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna implement the details right now. I am going to I'm gonna just do it all here for now. Call it a folder. Let's call it API interface. I don't know, for lack of a better term. It's probably going to go to another library, but not yet. It's gonna be an interface. Game API. Game interface. Interface. Oh no, it's gonna be game type. Interface repository. Don't call it. Yeah, let's call it repository. So we're gonna have a public enumerable of game type. Game type. Delete. Actually, I want this, even on an insert, I want to return it. And I need to do public game type update. So that's my interface. So I'll get a list of them. I can get one, I can insert, update, and delete. So when I start the app, I will have to create an instance of it to pass in that value. Private. I can make it a read only. Game type repository. Type repository. And then I'll say public game, oh no, index model. And then type repository is equal to game type repository. And then on get, game gate types is equal to type repository dot get types. Dot to list. So now I've got that. Just to test it, I'm gonna say game types dot add a new game type. ID is gonna be equal to 1. Name is gonna be equal to 2. Just because I want to run it, make sure that it works. Oh, it doesn't load them all. Stop. Probably get this done, and I'm gonna have to wrap it up. I need to go get started on my house projects today, and I've got some homework I gotta do. Yeah, streaming is way more fun. But I do have things. I've got a lot of things that I've got to get ready before the end of this month. And I know it's the beginning of the month, but I'm going to be gone 2 weeks out of the month, and so I've got a lot of things I have to get going. Unfortunately, why didn't that? Oh, unable to resolve. Oh, because I didn't make the service. Dang it. Oh well. Because yeah, I've got. So what have we got? So this week is the 4th of July. So holiday week. I am at work next week doing things. I am gone in New Orleans the week after that, from the 13th to the 18th. And then on the 19th, we're going camping again for the weekend. Yeah, and then I'm here for another week, and then we're going to Colorado for a week. Yeah, actually, it's really funny because we went to Vegas earlier this year, my wife and I, just the two of us, and we couldn't decide where we wanted to go. And we were trying to decide this like back in January. Like, where are we going to go? I was like, oh, let's go to Vegas. We've never gone to Vegas. But the other place that we wanted to go to was New Orleans. And she was like, we were like, at the time we were looking at like hotels, and they were super expensive, like way higher for the week we wanted to go than normal. So I was like, well, let's not go there this year. We'll go another time. So we book our tickets, we get our hotel and stuff in Vegas. And maybe 4 or 5 days later, I find out that I'm going to this conference, and it's in New Orleans. So I had to tell my wife, like, oh, by the way, like a month after we go to Vegas, I am going to New Orleans for work. And she's like, I hate you so much. Oh, yes. I am all about the food. Vegas was fun, mostly because it was something I had, I've been to Vegas. I've been to the airport numerous times. I've driven through Vegas. I've flown to Vegas to leave, like drive out of Vegas a couple of times now. And I wanted to stay. I wanted to go stay in Vegas. It's not that exciting. There's a few things that are kind of fun, but yeah, with going to New Orleans, I'm super excited. I'm going with a buddy of mine at work, and I told him, I'm like, we're gonna go eat at all these crazy places the whole time we're there. I'm going to enjoy good Cajun food the whole time I'm there. And I'm like, I intend to be just 10 pounds heavier when I come home. That's the plan. So yeah, we're gonna be in New Orleans, home for a week, and then going to Colorado for a week. So yeah, I got a lot going on, and I've got to get my truck, some changes to my truck made before we go on our camping trip to Colorado, so we can put stuff in the back without people trying to steal it. So yeah, that's what I'm starting to work on today. Yeah, jet setter. Yep. Yeah, it's these last 2 months have been just nuts with the time, because I spent a week in Vegas. I spent a week at a training thing at work, and now I'm going to be gone, 2 weeks here, almost 2 weeks in July, and then only work for a couple days. Yeah, it's been a bit crazy. All right, let's see who else is streaming right now that we can go raid in on. ASMR programming. I always thought that was weird, but then I had somebody buy a keyboard at work that is very, very sound friendly. Use the pool, do some cleaning. Ooh, yeah, that'll be awesome. Hey, you know what? That sounds awesome. I hope you do, because if you stream, I will definitely be watching. That sounds like a good time. I've got the rest of this week off, so I'm gonna get a few things done today. I'm gonna try to do as little as possible tomorrow, and then through the weekend, I don't know what we're gonna do. Might take the kids to the zoo or something. We'll see. They don't know that yet, so hopefully they're not watching the stream. Ooh, a Q&A stream on Friday. That'll be cool. I will definitely jump in on that. That'll be fun. I should open up Discord, shouldn't I? July 5th. 7 to 10 a.m. EST. I will definitely jump on because I will probably be because I'm gonna stream probably in the morning on the actually I was gonna stream a little later because it is the 5th, so maybe I'll wait until after that, but I will definitely be on there for sure. So that'll definitely be a thing. I'll have to put it on my reminders so I know, because otherwise I'll forget and I'll do something dumb and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and I don't know, hang out outside. I don't know. I always end up forgetting those things when I want to jump in, so I'll probably make a note to go and attend. All right, let's see. Who else? Let's see. I'm not doing ASMR. Not my thing. Not my jam. Anybody I'm following currently streaming? Oh, hey, Ryun streaming. He's doing some game development. I think we're gonna go and raid him. See what he's up to. All right, so I got the raid kicked off. We will do that. I will be back tomorrow morning. Probably not as early as I was today. I got up super early because I forgot to turn off my work alarm. So it'll be a little bit later, but I'll be back on tomorrow, and we will can probably continue on. I'll probably wrap up this app, and hopefully by then I'll have done some research on my Nginx thing so I can get that up and configured correctly. So I guess until tomorrow, everybody, take care, and I will chat with y'alls later. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks again for the raid, man. I appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow.